Start streaming. Okay, I think it works. Yeah, so I'm going to figure out how to use trpc. I don't know. I was waiting for like some updates from propelauth, but I think I'm just going to kind of like try to figure it out by myself. And yeah, I don't have anything to show yet, so I'm going right into the kind of like Pomodoro session, uh, unless someone shows up in the chat, I guess.
the f was that? What do you want to hear repeatedly on the radio this year?
Something that sounds like the music I already listened to, but with different words.
Dunno really. Oh, if it's on, I'll listen to it.
Loud guitars, tattoos, anything else is a bonus. But you know, I'd need to ask my friends what they think first.
Drop. to escape. It will take your hold. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again, that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never, ever, never, ever, never been.
Walking on the moon.
One moment to escape. It will set your hold. When you're walking on the moon,
Walking on the moon.
chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never, ever, never, ever, never been.
Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents
Okay, I'm going to make a break earlier. uh, yeah, so first of all, in terms of that, like Spotify stuff, Um, I don't have Spotify. I usually listen through YouTube Music or just like YouTube itself. And what I've found is that this um, uh, Monster Cat, I heard that before. That it's like that one is a bit like more lenient than the other ones. So what happens is that my streams where I listen to music. Okay, now I don't remember where to check it. Okay, here. So it knows that I listen to music, so like you can see it in the timeline. It's like whenever the songs are like starting and stopping, it marks the songs, but it doesn't have any kind of like, yeah, this thing belongs to Monster Cat, but you don't have to do anything. So yeah. I don't remember if I get anything from Twitch about that. They used to have like muted audio. Yeah, I think that's what happens on Twitch, but it's like it's one song. Yeah, so I'm basically like taking the Ludwig's advice. He's like, yeah, if it's on YouTube, you're probably okay streaming about it. And yeah, so I'm listening this that is from YouTube, and I before I was doing Lo-Fi Girl, and that was fine as well. Yeah, I see. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I don't know how like copyright works in this case. So it's like it still knows that this is like someone else's music, but it doesn't do anything. So the other thing is, I think it's like stream beats. That's like the whole thing is that you can listen uh, on Spotify or like on their website or on YouTube, and those ones, there are like a few channels like that. They're like, hey, they're fine with you using our stuff. I should probably just like add it to my description. Uh, if I talked about it, okay. And I guess like the monster cat, monster cat. Okay, I will just like add this one, just because that's what I'm listening right now. Okay, so going back to the thing, I just posted this. I'm bastardizing remix because they basically they had remix route they had React router, and then on top of React router they built like a remix framework, but then all the stuff that they kind of like did for remix framework, they tried to put it back into router, and they called it remix router. So it has like forms and all that stuff. I didn't look into forms and actions. I didn't look into that yet. um, but I was curious about loaders. So here's like the problem statement. I go to prompts, and here are like some prompts. I don't want to see like the loading spinner for prompts. If I refresh, it's like it's there right away. And if I navigate to it from other pages, it's there right away. If I disable this, and if I go to here, and if I disable this, now if I reload, it's like empty on the start, and now if I navigate to it, it's empty. So the first one I figured out how to do is on the SSR. Um, you can run trpc requests, and you can okay, how do I basically, when you're starting your SSR, you can pass in a sense it's kind of like how get initial props works. So this is like stuff that I'm doing before the rendering starts. So it's a bit manual. So like I have to know in advance like what query is going to happen. But the main point that it works, and it will like store all of the information in this kind of like hydration information, similar to how like Next stores everything in like underscore underscore next data. So that's what this thing does. And then I was trying to figure out how to do it in a client, because it's like, yeah, like I wish I had this. And how Remix works is that every navigation that you do, it will call a loader function, and that loader function can like make something. It can like wait for something, can make a fetch request or something like that, and it will run on the server and on the client depending on if you're SSRing this page. So if I'm refreshing on the settings page and I click on prompts, loader is going to be running on the client. But if I refresh on the prompts, loader is going to happen on the server. And um, so the kind of like simple idea is like, hey, can I just like wait for trpc to finish before going to that page? And the tricky part is that loaders are kind of like outside of the React context. So the blessed solution is to use um not going to find anything anything useful like that. React query. Yeah. So they have this like ensure query data function, and but it's on this kind of like client um, instance, and again that instance is set in React. But I figured out the way to do that. So this is the client. We are creating it here, and we are like storing it in how are we doing it? Yeah, we're creating it from outside, so we're creating it like here in root, maybe like outside of root even. Okay, I lost how it's done. Okay, so we can probably start from here. So if we go to prompts, go to root. Yes, gRPC provider. That's the thing. So gRPC provider will create the client, and it will pass it as a prop to our thing, not as a prop, as a context. So we can get it. We can get it from the context like here, and here I'm working on the router. So and I'm creating like a router instance. And I figured the easiest way to do that is just to set like an optional field, and just like, hey, here's the query client, here's the like trpc utils. So I made it work with query client first, and then I realized that I don't have to do that actually. And the like the utils already have this this wrapper, so I can just await for this data to show up, so that my loader will trigger the, where's the tab here. So if I'm here, I don't have this query in a table, in a state, I guess, and I click on it, it starts to get prompts. And only once it got it, I'm navigating to that page. So if I do this like wait new promise, and it's like 2 seconds. Okay, so I go to here, and if I click on it, it will wait for 2 seconds before it shows everything. It's a like remix thing. I'm not like entirely happy how it works, but it's kind of like fine enough. It's better than to see. It's better than to see spinners. And I think they have like a kind of like transitions and all other APIs, so I can like make the tab show as active even before the data is resolved. But I'm not going to look into that yet. But yeah, it's a cool way to kind of like to emulate the whole. It's RBAC on a specific route, but inside app. Okay, I'm not sure what RBAC is. Role-based access control. Okay, interesting. So I think you're asking me how permissions work. So the way that it works right now is that I can kind of like enforce it on the server in like two places. So the first place is I can just when I'm doing this get server side props kind of thing, just that I implemented it too many times in PHP. Yeah, I'm actually going to work on that one once this is working. Yeah, so I can like redirect on astro level, so like I can just like hide the whole page if I need to check something, but it's like, hey, if it doesn't look right, I can do something with it. Yeah, and the other thing is like the trpc itself. So like for example, hello, it can check if the user is set, but it's not requiring it. So it will just like say, hey, you're signed in. No, you're not signed up. You're not signed in. So you're going to limit the layout component based on the view. Yeah, so I'm not not entirely sure how I'm going to do that because I don't have like all the pieces yet. But the idea is that uh, I can do checks like that on trpc routes. So like this one is like public. It doesn't check anything yet. But so this one, it shows like prompts for organization, and I can do stuff like require org ID. So if this prompt uh, if the request, if trpc request doesn't have like a proper um, um, cookies or whatnot, it will just like crash. So like this line will just like not work. So that's kind of how it works. I'm just starting. This is like my first rpc project, so like I'm not like entirely sure the best ways to do that. So you can key in simple front end into types of users that way. Okay, I can keep a single front end for two types of users. Yeah, so for some, so I have a way to work on like basically this is kind of like an endpoint, right? And so for each endpoint, I can set up one middleware. So this middleware requires organization, but like this middleware requires just user to be authorized, and some other one is like just public. So middleware is what is like crashing if the conditions are not met, but you can use kind of like the lowest level one and manually kind of like do all of those checks if you need to do something like more specific. And again, like this is like one level, but on top of that I have like a astro level where I can check this stuff, or I can just like skip checking. So it will just like produce kind of like different client side interactions. So for example, like this thing is like pre-render false. So this is going to be like as a start, because I want like prompts for this particular user to be there when the first request is happening. I actually was thinking about like, can I detect like cold starts and something like that, and do kind of like more stuff. But I think it just makes sense to just use, I don't know, like Edge, and it's just going to be like faster, so you don't have to deal with cold starts. But okay, I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, so I have this kind of like levers, so I can build like different experiences, and the simplest one I can build is like, hey, this is just kind of like client-side only application, and do everything on the client. So like if you need to check um, permissions, yeah, just do it in client, and like so this is the thing that I have that is like client only. Uh, you can imagine that it's like it's checking, it's setting up some kind of like auth context, and if the auth context is not set up, just show like a login screen. So I don't have to make it kind of like more complicated than that. But if I want to make sure that's like every time I click on prompts, I see prompts without loading spinner, I can do that as well. So this is kind of like in a sense like a spectrum of kind of like applications that you can build. And because it's Astro, I can build like all of them inside of one project. I don't have to like, yeah, it's easy to do like this way in like Create React App. It's easy to do like this way in Remix. It's easy to do like this way, like in that thing. But here I can just like mix and match all of this stuff, and I can even do like a different approaches for different pages. So for example, this settings page, it has a loading spinner, and like I can statically render it, and it's going to work fine. Like uh, I don't have to make like it any more complicated than this. But if I want to make it more complicated, I can. That's kind of like the goal that I have. To have like a kind of like demos for different things. And there is one that is like not um how do I say it, it's like it's not using that helper. So you can get some data and not set it to the context, not like not hydrated, if that makes sense. So for example, if you can imagine like getting I don't know, like a blog post. I want to get that blog post and maybe it's like send it as a child. So I don't want to send the whole text as a hydration data. I just want to like generate HTML and just like just use it as a child. And it's not that easy to do that with like Remix Remix router, but yeah, I'm sure there's a way. You could probably just pass it as a prop or something, but this way, if this blog data, I can get it from trpc. So I get all of my like authorization checks, I get all of my kind of like middlewares and all of my checks that I want to run on it. I can like inline, of course, but it's like it's fun if I have the same endpoint that I can like reuse multiple places. But here I don't have to hydrate it. I can just like create or like a title, right? So if I wanna have like a meta, for some reason it's just a title. I need to look into that. But if I have a title and I want to do like, I don't know, you have an uh, messages, something like that. And I wanna just show the number. I don't want to like do anything else with it. I can just do this. I can just get this number from trpc, and maybe if you like click on the drop down, only then I will actually go and like hydrate it on, or not hydrate it, but like make a request on the client. Yeah, so I like this, like kind of like mix and match and kind of like flexible scheme of it. Yeah, the only problem is I need to I need to figure out a way to like explain to other people that how it works. Yeah, and what doesn't work right now is I don't have uh, how do we call it, like lazy loading and like split bundles. Like my whole application is getting sent as a whole bundle, which is not like a huge deal. There are ways to deal with that if you are using like React Lazy or React Lazily inside of components. You can split it that way. It's not going to do like this per page bundle as Remix or Next.js will do, but you might like not need it. Or yeah, right now the problem is probably going to be like loaders, because I think like loaders are more fun to split up, but I'm missing some of like this is how I'm going to say it. This is probably like an astro limitation, and I can probably create a way to deal with that, but it's going to be like a root client column like remix, something like that. I need like a custom hydration strategy, because this, in order to hydrate that thing, you need to resolve all the lazy stuff first. Yeah, and I don't know how to do it right now, so that's for me later. Astro has no limitations, exactly. It just has stuff that is like not written yet. So I'm just saying that I didn't write that thing yet. I totally agree. There are some limitations, and there are a lot of kind of like workarounds. I'm really curious to look at the all the like 10 stack and solid start stuff. I want to play with it. I want to insert it in my thing. Okay, HTMX has spoken. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So what are we doing here? Okay. So have all of this stuff. I wonder how easy it's going to be to try to do this. Try to do this. So have like yeah. So those are of a different type, and I don't have. I think the question is where do my loaders get called? So if I do so like before, after, and like inside of the root. And if I do routes and the console log loader, and now if I go to, I have browser loader, and should be server loader somewhere. Yes, server router, this one. Okay, and for server router, I can do server router. Okay, so now let's see what the order is. So it's before loader, after server router. Okay, so this checks out. So now can I wait for loader? If I go here, if I do my await new promise 2 seconds before 2 seconds. Yeah, I guess like this one is going to be better. Okay. Yeah. So if I could could resolve stuff here on the server, that would have been very fun. So the problem is, how do I put this into routes? So I'm not using server, I'm not using this yet, but I'm creating a router context, which should be getting routes somewhere. Okay, so this is where it gets it. So in here, I could, okay, interesting. So the handle, yeah, so routes, okay. So routes are the same for so the routes are the same for every request on the server, and I need a separate routes for each request. Okay, this is tricky. This is not super tricky. It just could mean that I'm like reusing routes. So if I have like a let I equals 0 and I do routes dot test equals plus plus y. Now if I go to routes and I add test number here, and when I print my loader, I also print routes test. Okay. So it's undefined. Okay. Yeah, so it's 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, interesting. Why is it always 1? not what I would assume it would do. Oh no, this is the code that is only running once. But now if I do it here, yeah, so right. So now the thing is, how do I make sure that I'm talking to the same request? Yeah. So does loader have any arguments? It does. Okay, interesting. Does loader have any arguments when I do this? Okay, it's emulating something, and that request has a context. Okay, fascinating. Right. So how do I put something in that context? Maybe I don't have to do that dirty trick. Okay, so remix loader context. Okay, context. Okay, interesting. So the context passed to server adapter get load context. Way to bridge the gap between adapter with your remix app. It's uncommon yet needed. I mean, I like to do uncommon things. So when I create a request handler, okay, no, the wrong thing. I mean, is it the wrong thing? Yeah, I think this one. Okay. Yeah, so it takes a option. Okay. I can send stuff here. Interesting. Okay. So 111. If I refresh it, it's mounting up. Okay. Are we close? Is this this could that actually work? So the question is what I get here. So the context is undefined on the client. Okay. So when I create a router context, I create it here, and I can technically there are some rules that I need to keep in mind. But okay, so when I create it here, I can pass helpers, I guess. Yeah, we need to have like a kind of like a special protocol. And I would need to invent like a special thing. Doesn't mean that I'm not going to. Okay. Okay. We're getting kind of close. So I okay. So what's the yeah? I can create a helper. I mean, I can just pass the thing that turns astro, and that thing could be astro get astro, and it's an optional thing that returns astro. I don't know. Oh, what's the like a global astro global? Yeah. So I can do this, and my context could have get astro. Okay. So now, yeah, it's undefined because I'm not passing it yet. So now I'm passing it. And if I go to my loader, yeah, now I don't know how to add a type to the loader because yeah, uh, so we have a thing, and that thing has a context, and that context is any. Right. So now that context actually has get astro function, and I can actually get that function. Okay, interesting. Well, if I have a get astro function, I could also have a function. Okay, superhero. Is that a who is a superhero? Did you get any responses to your cold emails? Okay. Yeah, the cold emailing stuff is hard. I have like a work email, and I'm getting so much like spam, just like, hey, use our thing, use like, have you tried this? And can we set up a call to discuss your like whatever? Yeah. Okay, so um, hmm. So this context stuff is fun. It's not. Yeah, it's advertising. Speaking of advertising, uh, I worked in a really kind of like a strange company that was like one of my like first like paid jobs. Uh, so they were building like a kind of like a web agency, and in order to find customers, they would just send uh, send a fax to their like kind of like public phone numbers, public like fax numbers, and my job was to go through all of the like kind of like spam databases. I think I just had like a .txt files or something like that, and I needed to kind of like sort it, validate it, and to deduplicate it because they had a lot of calls from like people who were like angrily calling them and saying, "Hey, you sent us this fax like 10 times. Stop it." Yeah, and that wasn't like too hard, so I don't remember if it was like Bash or PHP, but yeah, I was right. And that was like one of the first things that I ever did. I was like helping people spam. Yeah, that company was fun. It closed pretty quickly, so I just remember just like every once in a while like checking, hey, did they close that company yet? No, it's still working. Oh, finally they closed it. Okay. So this is kind of like the ergonomics issue. This was the fun way of like routes dot something, but now with the server context, it's I don't know what is a good way to write a type of this. I had the biggest news channel here, and they called my employer. I once like hacked our ISP by accident. I was just like I don't know, like refreshing my page, and I just got into like the wrong account. So I don't know if like I don't know what exactly like went wrong, but I got into like a different session, and but they were, what do you want from us? I see. Yeah, so I got into like the kind of like admin account, even though like I didn't use any passwords or something like that. I just got logged in into it, and instead of just logging off and saying, "Hey, that happens," I went and like snooped through all of this stuff, and I think I think I got from it like few like kind of like unlimited accounts. So whatever the thing that I was using, it would like it was like uh, dial up internet, and you have to pay for like megabytes or minutes or whatever. And I just like, oh, fun, I can look at like passwords of like other accounts. Well, let me find like a few unlimited ones just in case. I think I like called them, or like kind of like, or I just like went to that place and like explained them what happened, but I don't remember the details. But yeah, it was fun, and I don't know if they kind of like fixed anything because I said it, but yeah, it was fun that I got into that thing. Yeah, there were the times I had like two dial-up providers. One was charging per minute, and one was charging per megabyte. So if I would go like download something, I would use the per minute one. But if I would go to like a chat room where you're just like sitting for a long time, but you're not uh, downloading much, I will use the other one. Yeah, so those were the days. Okay, I don't know what's the good way to do that. I need to convert the context to helper methods. So here I'm calling create helpers. So if I go here, and if I say uh, get help helper, okay, have this create helpers, and it only requires astro. So I do get astro. Yeah, it couldn't be undefined. So I guess the way to do that is if get astro is defined, do this. If it's not defined, make it undefined. Okay, so now I can instead of calling get astro, I can call get helpers, and on the get helpers function I can call get prompts fetch, yeah, so helpers equals get helpers if helpers fetch. Okay, and I can wait on it. If I refresh, I still get this thing. Oh, I guess I didn't console log it. Yay! I think I just saw this thing. Okay, so I'm going to refresh it, and I'm getting the data. Yeah, so the idea then is the idea is that I want to do this request on the server. Okay. uh, okay, but how do I make sure that I get the data to hydrate? Because I need to use helpers.dehydrate. Yeah, and that data should be sent through SSR. So I need to do it here. Yeah. So when I create helpers, I can probably send those particular helper. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is that I can create a router context. I'm sending a Google OS there. Yeah, the thing is that like all of them could do some middleware stuff where they will like redirect or return like 404 and all that stuff, and I need to somehow handle that case. And I'm not doing it right now, but the idea here is that I could redirect say to the apps 1 2 3. Okay, so if I do this, what is going to happen? Yeah, it ignores it. Good. I guess I need to redirect. Yeah. So this is going to be this one. Yeah, so it's a response. blah 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 response. So it doesn't have to be throw, it should be return. Okay, and not response, but res response. Okay, so now if we refresh it, getting redirected. Yay. So yeah, so in terms of API, I could make it like that. So you create a helper. I can probably even do something like this. I can do res and dehydrated state. And then just use this. That and now instead of astro request, it's just astro. Yeah. So this could be the whole API. If you're using Remix, yeah. So the question is, what if I don't want to use helpers? Then dehydrated state could be undefined. Okay. Okay, so I think I kind of like explained what I'm doing here. So I just need to sit down and try to implement it. I don't like the bit of like indirection that is going to happen here because now I'm using loaders, and this is like one more thing that you kind of like need to explain. But yeah. So the thing that I like is that I can do something like this, and it's like if I have okay, I think it's like prefetch instead of fetch, but yeah. So what I like to try is to do something like this, like, hey, if I'm on the client, just run this. If I'm on the server, just run this. And it seems like a good enough API to make it work. The only thing is that I don't know how to how to package it nicely, but this could be fun. This could be fun. Okay, so let me switch back to the co-working stuff, and let's do this.
It'll be long, making ladders out of cowboy sheets. We will be gone, while we're counting stars, they're counting sheep. Peter, all the rest don't make a sound. Just keep running and keep running and keep running. In our heads we're 10 feet off the ground. Just keep running and keep running. Keep running, keep running, keep running. Between us and the lake, where you can still remember dreams. I swear I'll always love you. You know that place between us and the lake, where you can still remember dreams. I swear I'll always love you, and that's where I'll be waiting. That's where I'll be waiting. That's where I'll be waiting. Feeling alone. Never thought I'd see this place again. I'm growing old in a different world. You stay the same. I just hold my breath, don't make a sound. I'm running, I keep running, I keep running. 'Cause I can see you quite as clearly now. I'm running, I keep running. You know that place between us, sleeping awake, where you can still remember dreams. I swear I'll always love you. You know that place between us, sleeping awake, where you can still remember dreams. I swear I'll always love you, and that's where I'll be waiting. 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 That's where I'll be waiting.
Our backs against the wall. It seems impossible, but there's nobody else I want by my side, standing with me to take this fight through the rise and fall. With our fearless hearts, we could be the odds, and we could live for 1,000 years. We could be legends if we all go down. If our time is now, we could let everyone know. We dream so colorful. Oh, we love so strong. The world is relentless, the city won't sleep. It hardens your soul, brings you to your knees. We can face it all. With our fearless hearts, we could be us, and we could live for 1,000 years. We could be legends. If we all go down, if our time is now, we could let everyone know we were here. Be legends.
Okay, I forgot to take a break. So I asked this question on Remix Discord. I don't know if that's the best place to ask that. Maybe I should have used the what's the other one? Yeah, I think they have like a discussions on GitHub. I also realized that I forgot to create a few pages. It should be a folder ID, and inside that folder should be edit astro. Okay, good. I think that's the plan, and yeah, and should be re-render false because we can't edit. Yeah. Okay. Prompt edit. Yeah, I need to figure out the titles and stuff. So here's the big deal. I wanted to figure out how to use loaders in React Router outside of Remix, and I think I kind of got it. What I'm looking at is I had this code in Astro where it would go and check if the user is signed in, and if they are not, it would redirect to it would redirect back to app. So now I can do the same code in routes. So I guess it's a yeah, I guess it's a question of like, do I do redirects in the client as well? But the idea is that I can do fetch. Yeah, so I'm doing this, like I'm fetching and I'm converting results into empty object, and I'm getting the error. So it will be basically like error or undefined. And if I get error, I check if it's trpc error, and I check the status code. And if the status code is for 1, I can return direct to app. Okay, to get those. Yeah, so if I do import SSR, all the dependencies that I'm picking up here, they are not going to be sent to the browser. So I can safely safely import all of this stuff. So trpc error and get stuff. Okay, so and redirect I get from React Router. Okay, so do all of that. So now I'm on prompts. and I will emulate the error. So I go here and it checks work procedure, and the work procedure checks auth procedure, and this one is checking that the token is something or something. So I will just return true here. No, it's not going to work. I guess I will. Yeah, I will send like just the wrong token for the validation. Okay, so now if I save it, I'm getting redirected to. Yeah, so if I open this page, I'm getting redirected to the home page. Cool. Yeah, so this is like exactly faithfully uh, reproduces all of that stuff. Yeah, and as I said, hopefully it doesn't send anything to the browser bundle. Okay, so yeah, so we're marrying kind of like router and trpc. It's not exactly great in terms of if you want to get rid of one of them, but fine. Okay, so all that stuff. Yeah, so we had all of that stuff code in Astro. Now we have all of this code in Remix. Uh, in Remix, it feels slightly better because we have code for client and server kind of like in the same place. And well, technically, we could like even like return that data here. So the data like we ignore here, we could return it you could return it in the loader, and then you can use it as like initial data for your loader or something like that. I'm like not 100% sure that that's like a good idea. I think yeah, just using the cache is fine. You have a bit of like duplication, but I'm guessing you will have it anyway. So yeah, I'm just leaving it as is. So yeah, so we changed the API from Astro request to Astro, and yeah, so let's call it. Well, technically, I could split it into two requests for like into two commits for client changes and server changes, but I want to keep it like that. So the idea is that uh, use remix loaders to talk to trpc. Okay, so let's start. I want to start with this one. Create router context will create trpc helper, will create both. Oops. Both trpc helper and remix router context text. Um, this allows us to access helpers from remix loaders during SSR. Yeah, and technically it's like you could still use it outside if you wanna yeah, I don't know. I guess I should keep, yeah, so the helpers should be either like you can either like pass it to the, if you want to give your own helper, or I need to return it here just in case if like if you still got the redirect but you want to like read the data maybe. I mean, what kind of data are going to read? Yeah, you're going to be able to read trpc stuff. Yeah, this allows us to access helpers from mimics routing to your SSR. Also pass trpc helpers to in helpers different ones to loaders in the browser. This allows us to prefetch procedures, I don't know, prefetch data for routes, both on SSR and client side. Is it client side routing? SSR R? Rendering. Okay, sure. This allows us to both to fetch data for both on SSR and CSR. So you can see less spinners. Okay, what else? We can still do stuff like redirects when for unauthorized users in the loader like we did in Astro. Yeah, but now if you have like 10 Astro files that are using the same, reusing the same layout, you can just do that instead of like repeating the logic in Astro. I mean, you technically still repeat all logic in Astro. That's the like unfortunate part about this thing, right? This is like a bit of a boilerplate, but as far as boilerplate goes, this is actually like not that much boilerplate, right? If we didn't have that bug, you couldn't even do it like that. Yeah, so 2 lines of boilerplate, and I guess technically like this, and the hydration state. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's yeah, it's 3 lines of boilerplate, and they allow you to build like a whole framework just for the pages that you need again. Okay, so we can still do stuff like redirects for authorized users in the loader like we did in Astro. Okay. Yeah, so is it remix or remiss? I have this package. Remiss. The idea is that if I will do this thing instead of remix, it's remiss. And I'm a big fan of this name. Okay, So now that we have all of this stuff, actually, yeah, so the problem is that we forgot to, yes, this goes here, but this one is, oops, we forgot to generate astro pages for remix routes. Yeah, and you can do it kind of like two ways. Okay. Yeah, so we could technically just read remix config and try to generate all the required pages with Astro. We would need to have two files. So one is for static routes and the other is for dynamic routes. I think they have some kind of like hybrid uh, hybrid get static pass. Okay, so what do I do if I have, can also be used in static file endpoints for dynamic routing. So I can use both. I can, it could be a dynamic thing, but if I have static, yeah, so it can be in one file. Endpoint support the same dynamic routing features. Okay, I'm not sure if that's the thing that I was looking for, but paginate. Never looked into paginate. Pagination is a common use case for websites that automatically generate an array to return that creates one URL for every page. Okay. Okay, so yeah, some kind of collections. Okay, this is too complicated. I don't know. I don't know what's the idea here. Okay, content collections. Yeah. Okay, not entirely sure, but think, yeah. So technically, you don't have to create all of those Astro files. You just say, hey, like this app thing, it's going to be covered by remix. Whatever that you have, just do remix stuff. It's the question of I want to create like a page, like a where I can keep all of my fancy stuff. Yeah, this is a bit unfortunate. Where I keep all of my fancy stuff, like this create color, all that stuff, so I can create. Yeah, I don't know. Used by over 100,000 developers. How do they calculate that number? How do they get to that number? So they have 100,000 downloads on NPM. Does that mean something? Okay, Astro is competing with Angular, React, Vue, Svelte, React, Next, Remix, Next.js. What's the difference between Next and Next.js? And Solid. Yeah, it's surprising how close Solid and Astro numbers are. That's crazy. Okay, so I wonder if 429 is just like this status code. Okay. Yeah. So Astro is close to Solid, but interesting. Interesting that React has more downloads than Svelte, even though Svelte is kind of like number 4. React is kind of not. Huh. Yeah, so Astro is almost getting into Svelte. Into Svelte territory. Yeah, compare that to something like Quick, which is Builder, IO, Quick. Yeah. Yeah, so Quick is like 10 times smaller than Astro. Yeah. And Astro is 1/5 out of Svelte. And yeah, if we go to something like, oh, interesting, Angular. Maybe that's the like wrong Angular. But yeah, compared to Vue, that's all pretty small. Okay, so yeah, so we have an optimization to do. But I don't want to lose all of my like create color stuff because this is the API that you can use, and the idea is that we're going to create pages demos, and that's where I will just like put stuff that is like completely unusable, and we can probably even talk about it and eject stuff. So landing page, the icon, environment checkers, demos. Yeah, so just rm -r src pages demos. Demo or demos? Demo. I think it's like demo 1, demo 2. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. So yeah, I don't think we even need explanation. Yeah, so okay, so here we go. So we have, yeah, I need to fix that. Yeah, so much stuff to do. So I want to get this, and yeah, this is cool because it's create color. If I create a folder called trpc, I can save this file as demo trpc, something like create color. Yeah, and just have a, yeah, I don't need the app layout. Is it deeper? Okay, I don't need app layout, could be layout. Okay. probably don't need any of that stuff either. Okay, so the idea is that I have a color example, and I can color create color. I can okay. I can get some information right from the right from trpc. For example, to set a title. So it's like h1 color example, and yeah, something like this. Create color base. Okay, so the response is a string as far as I remember. And I don't need this. I only need router context. I don't even need router context. Yeah, that's the whole idea. That it could be really simple, and I can do this. So it's demo trpc color example 404. Okay, not color example, it's gate color. Yeah, so I have it here, and yeah, so right from the grpc, for example, to set a title. Yeah, so I can do title this, so I can do title here. Okay, I don't know how to delete. Okay, delete till this. Okay, so now class something like margin top or text bold. It will, so you can yeah, okay. So this allows me to remove this thing, and so I don't have to have this example anymore. Now, so let's go to here. They all are going to look like the same thing, basically. So it's prompt settings. So yeah, so it's just like just the title is changing. And so now the code that I had before with helper, I can use it without loaders. Okay, so the code that I had before was prompts astro. So check out add to this. Yeah, so I copy all of that stuff and I name it to create helpers. Yeah, that's the idea. So I can revert that change now. Okay, so now let's remove the remix stuff that we don't need. So the remix stuff is this one and this one. So I need to fix the pass. Okay, I don't need this one anymore. I don't need env check. Yeah, so what about pre-render? Yeah, it should be enable trpc prefetching. To okay. What's the right term here? To allow dynamic title per page or user per user. Okay, so here we're doing basically the same thing. We're going for hello and title. So we're going for yeah, so hello, hello, and here it's going to be hello, hello. I don't need any information to fetch. So I can, interesting. This is a good example. I just need to figure out how to. Okay, need to save it. Okay, so let's do one. Let's do this one. Hello. Reject not like it. Okay. Okay. So the idea is that I don't want to do this. How do I check if I'm logged in? Returns just a string. Yeah, so we're going for the same thing as a caller, but just we're doing the same thing as caller, we're just using the different API. So we just create helpers. Yeah, so it's helper. Okay, let me figure out how I can do this. Going for this. So we're going to pre-render. We're using layout. We're not using create color. Okay, so where we had create color before, getting rid of this because it's like a duplication. Getting rid of this. Okay, so we're creating helpers. We're not doing all the other stuff. We're just doing helpers example, helpers hello fetch. We're not checking their error messages, we just put it as a title. Not create color, it's create helpers. Okay. So we don't need this, we don't need that. Okay, good. Yeah, so it's like this or this. Because this one could be fancier, since you can you can use it just as a file. So this create color, I can do like .txt, maybe .json, .ts. And the idea there is that I can create like all or something. So I have an API route that is that creates okay, I don't see the oh there's a return right thing. Okay. Yeah, so we don't have .astro request anymore, but we have just request and respond no the headers. Okay. I'm a bit confused how it works. Okay. This is not optional. Yeah, I think I just I feel like I had this example somewhere. Yeah, that's the point of like having this demo stuff to create examples. Okay, I think idea was that we create response headers, save it here, and we can return new response, which is just unstringified title, and it has those headers. Yeah, so really fancy. And I guess get the trpc title. I can even use trpc from API endpoints. Maybe in case if you need to have some third party public API, maybe something like that. Okay, so I'm putting it in the wrong thing. It should be here. It's what? Okay. Okay, so I don't need layout because I'm doing stuff, and this is async. Yeah. I guess headers. Yeah, JSON. Oh, does it not work? It's application JSON. Yeah, I don't know. Sure, grammar wise could be better. trpc in case you want to have third-party public API. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So in terms of helpers, you can have this helper that requires API. I mean, it doesn't have to require API. It could respond with new response 401. Okay, so this one is simpler. This is closer to how helpers work. So this one is helpers custom create helpers. What am I doing here? Okay, so here I'm just using different API from this one. It's like, hey, you can create caller or create helper. The idea is that you can use create caller for stuff like this, but you can use create helper for stuff like this. And it's technically the same stuff. Show error page or redirect. Yeah, so let's say that we want to do astro redirect login else yeah, something like that, instead of rendering the page. Yeah, I think this is fine. We just need to call it somehow. Create caller JSON, create helper. I mean, it's not even like create helper. That's not the important part. The important part is custom errors. Yeah. Now that I move all of this stuff out, I can go to, yes, now the pages kind of look the same, just depending on like if it pre-renders or not, which is good, which is what I was going for. And I can go to my routes and I can remove this check now and just replace it with prefetch. So let's go back to app prompts. And so the idea is that I can just leave this. I can say prefetch. and I can remove all of this stuff. So it's like nice and simple, explains what it does. We can prefetch here, we can prefetch here. Yeah, so really good. Yeah, and the idea is that we're removing this like redirect stuff, and instead of it, we show customer, which does like that stuff. Yeah, because prompts could be wrong. Okay, so customers, yes. Create helper, yes. Create caller, yes. Create caller, yes. Remove index, yes. Demos, yes. Routes, yes. Move trpc demos to demo trpc folder. Okay. Right, so the oops, we forgot stuff. Well, now if we change the order of those things, we can probably find a way to so go to prompts. Now it's the same for all of them. The the interesting thing is, can we get title somehow? So once we get this context, I guess. So let's just on stringify context. Okay, so we are on prompts right now. Okay, so if I go to routes and say that my loader returns some data like title, prompts, is that data here somewhere? Yes, it is. You can see it here. Okay, so now yeah, I'm really confused how loaders work in Remix. If you have like multiple loaders on the same page, do they merge? Do they like do only get the one, depending on like in which part of the thing you are? Yeah, so I can return title in loader. Can I get it out of the context somehow? To have loader data. Okay. How can I flatten the loader data? Any route available anywhere in the tree. Keep in the tree, need the data, match parent routes, need the data, blah blah blah. Okay. So I can use data and I can have an ID. Yeah, that's not exactly what I'm going for. The ID is for kind of like part of the route, but I need only data available routes are currently rendered. If you ask data from a route, it's not going to be rendered. Okay, sure, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so use loaded data nearest accessor. Yeah, I need all of them, but I don't know how to express that. Yeah, and I also want to. Yeah, so it's. I guess I'm starting to pick up a bit how it works. So if I had a loader here, can I just return something like that? No, it has to be function. Yeah, so now I have this thing. And yeah, I guess not like rocket science. Yeah, so if we go to prompts, yeah, what does remix do? Remix title. Yeah, that's not going to work. Conventions, okay. Okay, meta. Okay. So in the the page could return meta constant. Yeah. Okay. So it's a current location object. Is useful for specific paths. Okay, matches data from route loader. Okay, programs. Nested routes. Okay, because nested routes render at the same time, Remix will take the last matching route with the meta and use that. This allows you to override things like title, remove things like OG image, keep everything, blah blah blah. Okay, so if I'm having a root project and so on, so I can reset it. With this code, we will lose viewport meta because only. Okay, so what's the plan? We'll have global meta tags. I recommend using normal meta tag inside of a route instead of meta exports, so we don't have to deal with merging. Okay, that makes sense. You can also avoid merging by simply not exporting. Index route. This way you will avoid complex merging with parent meta. Yeah, sure. Will not override something like title, so you need to like filter it. Yeah, flat map filter, and then okay, merge meta. That's fun. Yeah. Okay. So what does that leave us with? So I can do that. I can do all of that stuff in Astro, but that means that I need to create like more and more Astro files. So let's just see how it works. So I can create something like this. So it will show up here. Because I already said that stuff for app layout. Okay, so I have this loader data, which is router. Yeah, so route ID and any. Okay, Yeah. Yeah. Right. So now if we go through, let's say for okay, it's an object of key any, and we'll say that it's title a string or identify for the keys. So it's not a key, it's like ID or ID in loader data if context loader data is not 25. Okay, I'm confused. Yeah, so if it's a thing, okay, so let's say let title be pronouns with friends. So now if we have how do we call it? Data. Okay. Data is equals this. So we have data and data has title. Now the question is, can I do this? So if I do type of data equals object, and yes, it's still any. Okay. So if I do unknown, does that make it? Yeah. Okay. It's object that could have a title. Okay. So it's not assignable to string. So now if I do type of string, yeah, perfect. Could probably skip this as well. Don't remember how that works. Non-existent object. Okay. Okay, I think that's kind of like enough. So now I can use title here. Yes. And I can use title here. Okay. You could be thinking that I'm doing something silly. You could be right. What I want to do now is that so I have prompt, and this prompt is going to be log. Okay. Okay, it still works. So okay, so now if I go to settings, I'm on this page, and if I get rid of settings, so now I'm on this page. If I go to routes, and in my settings page I will return flow. There is a function that returns title settings. Yeah, that should be this. Yeah, so it's pronouns with friends settings. Okay, that's good. So now I can go here. It's not updated because I didn't refresh, but now I've refreshed. In its list. Okay. So this is all well and good, but now I wanna, so if I build it, it's not going to generate a static page for settings anymore, but I want to have a static page for, so it's Vercel output static app. Yeah, so prompts and support, but we don't have settings anymore. But now the interesting question is, can I do get the static something paths? Yeah, so this. Can I do this to get settings? It's not path. I guess it could be path. Yeah. So I want to make settings. Okay. Now, if I build it, what is going to happen? It will probably render a lot of 404s. Okay. So, okay, interesting. So I can open this one, and I can open this one, but can I pre-render settings? Okay. Not entirely sure how to deal with that. Because I have pre-render false. So if I get rid of this, I guess, and if I build again, yeah. So now it tries to do a lot of stuff. Expect the path to be a string. Interesting. Is that the undefined part? Yeah, because undefined works only if you have like dot dot dot. I'm not ready to look into that yet. Yeah, so yeah. So if I last now, it's a lot of them, but like all of them are 404s. Okay. Interesting. It's even. Oh no, I'm not right. Okay, so now can I make some of them static and some of them not? So if I save this one as path 2, and I will turn off pre-render for path 2. I have no idea what is supposed to happen. Okay. So I see path, but I don't see path 2. Okay, so our thing is going to be path 2. So settings is coming through the path 2. So if we remove it, we're still on the path 2. Okay. Okay. How to be happy. So I turned off pre-render for this, but I keep pre-render for this. And if I build it, they will come. Yeah, so it shows me the path. Yes, prompts. Prompts is this one, but it generates the SST versions as well. Okay, this is slightly stupid. Okay. get static paths required for the dynamic route. Make sure that you export function in your dynamic route. In static mode, all routes must be determined in build time. As such, dynamic routes must be exported. Okay. So what I'm interested in is SSR, but with pre-render. Hybrid rendering. Okay. So any individual page can opt into pre-rendering. Apply pre-render. Okay. Static pre-rendering by default. Okay, if you turn off hybrid, blah blah blah, feathers, method, cookies, direct, fonts. I'm gonna do this return ID, third point streaming. Yeah, I need to look into streaming that. Oh, it's fun thing. Okay, so yeah, so I think they're not doing the thing that I'm trying to do. I mean, they do kind of do it. So if I'm making, okay, okay, silly me. What if I do this? Okay, it works like that. But if I go to settings, it works like that. I think I hacked the system. I think I still kind of hacked the system. Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. It's all going to be alright. If I, yeah. So this one, it has the. No, that's. But yeah. So this one has the higher priority now. I can still build it. Yeah. I can still build it. Okay. Yeah. So now we're having a bit of duplication, but that's not that big of a deal. So we need to figure out the index path. That's always the hard one. I want to pre-render index, so it has to be here. So if I do path empty, okay, so it's this one right now. So if I remove it, no such file or directory. Okay, so element index not going to work. I do undefined. Yeah, it's not going to work. Yeah, so, but I want to pre-render it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay. So I can pre-render everything except for index. Okay, so yeah, I will have some duplication. Okay, I mean, it's not going great, but maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Okay, so what do I have now? I have title here. Yeah. Yeah, so let's create a branch. Yeah, okay. And let's give up a bit. And yeah, let me turn the co-working stuff. That's all I forgot.
phone. Help me to pretend that I'm not alone. And you think I know better by now, but I still drink until you're next to me again, baby. And I still think that in the morning I might wake up next to you. Empty bed and empty spaces in my head. Your sound, your taste, your memory is all that's left to fill this empty, fill this empty. But I still drink until you're next to me again, baby. And I still think that in the morning I might wake up next to you. Empty bed. Your taste, your memory is all that's left to fill this empty, to fill this empty. I miss those nights when we were younger and we would never sleep. So let's forget about tomorrow and live for tonight while we're free. And our hands will touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive. And our hands will touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive. And our hands will touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive. From the dust we will awaken, and life will fill our veins. But these are the touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive. And our hands will touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive. you close your eyes. They just haven't seen it. They just haven't seen it. Now you close your eyes. They just haven't seen it. They just haven't seen it. They just haven't seen it. And now you close your eyes. They just haven't seen it. They just haven't seen it. And now you close your eyes. They just haven't seen it. They just haven't seen it. They just haven't seen it.
Okay, apparently it's time to take a break. I just made this thing. Okay, so it's new. Show screen. Do this. So I added likes on this thing, so I can like and like, and if I have a second user, I can bring likes to 0. Now I can like from both of them. I think this is actually kind of a state where I can push it. Huh, didn't work, and it didn't show in yours. Why didn't it work? You can only delete your own prompts. Yes, but what about their message? So we'll go to edit prompts, and so it's update prompt mutation and add prompt mutation. So I have issue adding prompt mutations. They should be seeing errors when saving it as well. So edited it, saving, you can only delete your. Okay, delete. That doesn't sound right. Yeah. Okay, so okay. So that's going to be probably this one. So this is remiss. This is demos. Fetching. This is likes. Yeah, I think I should go for this one. Okay. Yeah, so could still have bugs, but the kind of like general workflow is fine. So this organization doesn't have a key, so I see this warning about generating prompts, but in this one I don't have keys either. Okay, so I need to switch to my different organization. Okay, so switching here will not affect it. I need to switch it here. Okay, so I have a key. So when I added prompts, I don't see any warnings. Okay, so overall, I think it should work. Yeah, saved. Okay, perfect. I should probably just push it to master and just hope for the best. Okay, GitHub PR view. Okay, still not finished. Two things. It's still not finished. Okay. The other thing is still have no idea how to migration. So please. Yeah. So I didn't get the good to merge stuff. So As for being finished, it's more finished than the one that we have right now, so I feel like we should just do it. So let's wait on the. How long did it take to deploy? 20 seconds. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we can fix all the other stuff. Okay, so let's edit it. And new UI from prompts. And probably create a screenshot. I'm thinking this one. Okay. Okay. Interesting that it's still a draft. Okay, wait for review. Okay. Now let's see how it goes. So we need to, yeah, so this is going to be the experiment. So we can run migrate and it will say, hey, everything is fine. But if you run migrate for production, it will update everything. But now if I go to browse with friends, presumably it will like just crash. Okay, didn't crash, actually worked. Yeah, so, but I can't add new prompts, I think. Can I add it? Ah, I can. Interesting. Can I delete it? Yes, I can. Okay, so it is compatible. It is backward compatible. So thing is that like I'm running new production database, but with the old code. So the other way around, it didn't work. I couldn't get new code working on the old version. So yeah, so this is cool. So we have it merged. Now we can technically, I don't have to merge it myself then, if it works. So can assign Henry. Okay, I will do it. I'll do my chat stuff when it's offline. Okay, thanks everyone.